Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable and breathe with me as we begin. The rain came to Baker Street the way it often did in November, not with drama but with a patient, persistent whisper against the window panes, as if the city itself was settling in for a long confession. Inside 221B, the sitting room held its familiar warmth, a small island of amber light in the gathering dusk of 1890. The fire in the grate breathed softly, each flame curling upward like a question that didn't quite need answering, and the scent of burning coal mingled with the sweet, earthy ghost of pipe tobacco that had long since woven itself into the very fabric of the chairs. Dr. John Watson sat in his accustomed place, the Evening Standard spread across his lap, though his eyes had drifted from the print some minutes ago to watch the rain trace silver paths down the glass. There was something hypnotic about it, the way each droplet followed its own route, merging with others, splitting away again, 1,000 tiny journeys that all ended the same way, pooling on the sill or tumbling to the street below. The gaslight from the lamp beside him cast a gentle glow, steady and sure, the kind of light that made even the day's troubles seem smaller, more manageable, as if they too might dissolve like rain into the London fog. Across from him, Sherlock Holmes reclined in his chair with the boneless ease of a cat, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes half closed in that particular state between thought and meditation that Watson had learned not to interrupt. Holmes had been this way for the better part of an hour, ever since finishing his third pipe of the evening, and Watson suspected his friend's mind was far from Baker Street, perhaps working through some problem from days past, or constructing elaborate theories about nothing at all, which Holmes did with the same dedication most men reserved for their livelihoods. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked its way toward 8 o'clock, each soft click a comfortable punctuation in the room's quiet symphony. Outside, London moved through its evening rituals, the clip of hooves on wet cobblestones, the distant call of a street vendor closing up shop, the low murmur of voices from the pub 2 doors down where men gathered to escape the rain in their own sitting rooms. Baker Street in November was a study in gentle melancholy, wrapped in fog and gaslight, where every shadow seemed to hold a story it was too tired to tell. Watson shifted slightly, the leather of his chair creaking in a way that had become as much a part of the room's character as the wallpaper or the Persian slipper where Holmes kept his tobacco. He thought about reaching for his journal, perhaps making a few notes about the curious case of the Penworth emeralds they'd concluded just yesterday, but the rain and the warmth conspired against industry. This was an evening for stillness, for letting the mind wander where it would, for appreciating the small luxury of a warm room while the world outside grew dark and wet. "The rain will continue through tomorrow," Holmes remarked suddenly, his eyes still closed, his voice carrying that note of certainty that suggested he'd deduced this from some detail Watson had entirely missed. "The barometric pressure has been falling steadily since noon, and Mrs. Hudson's cat has been sleeping in the coal scuttle, rather than her usual perch on the windowsill. She always knows when we're in for a long spell of it." Watson smiled. Even Holmes' observations about the weather carried a detective's precision. "Then I'm grateful we've nowhere to be," he replied, settling deeper into his chair, "though I pity anyone caught out in it without shelter." "London never lacks for those," Holmes said, a thread of something darker weaving through his words. Not quite sadness, but an acknowledgement of the city's harsher truths. For all its grandeur, its theatres and museums and monuments to empire, London in 1890 held pockets of desperation in every borough, places where the gaslight didn't quite reach, and the rain found its way through more than just collars and cuffs. The fire popped softly, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced briefly before fading, and Watson found himself thinking about the contrast between their comfortable rooms and the streets beyond. Victorian London was a city of extremes, where wealth and want lived side by side, often on the same street, separated only by a wall or a door that might as well have been an ocean. He'd seen both sides in his practice, in his work with Holmes. drawing rooms papered in silk and cellars where daylight was a memory. A gust of wind rattled the windows, and the rain intensified, drumming now instead of whispering, as if it had found its resolve. Watson glanced toward the dark glass, seeing only the reflection of their room floating there like a painting. 2 men, 2 chairs, a fire, the cluttered, comfortable chaos of Holmes's domain, with its newspapers and chemical apparatus and the violin that leaned against the wall like a 4th occupant waiting its turn to speak. It was then, in that moment between one breath and the next, that the knock came. Not the polite rap of Mrs. Hudson bringing tea, nor the confident thunder of Inspector Lestrade on official business. This was something else entirely. Urgent, irregular. The sound of knuckles striking wood with a force born of desperation rather than courtesy. 3 sharp raps, a pause, then 2 more, as if whoever stood beyond the door couldn't quite remember the proper rhythm, but knew only that they must be admitted, must be heard, must escape whatever pursued them through the rain-soaked November night. Holmes's eyes snapped open, and in an instant the languid philosopher transformed into something altogether more alert. He rose from his chair with a fluid grace that seemed at odds with his previous stillness, already moving toward the door before Watson had quite registered that someone was calling at such an hour, in such weather, with such evident distress. "Stay seated, Watson," Holmes said quietly, one hand on the door handle. "But keep your service revolver within reach, if you would. Desperation makes men unpredictable, and desperate men make their way to Baker Street with some regularity." Watson's hand moved automatically to the drawer of the side table, where he kept his old army Webley, though he didn't draw it. Holmes opened the door, and the sound of the rain intensified, no longer muffled by wood and walls, but immediate, insistent, accompanied by a gust of cold air that set the fire dancing and carried with it the smell of wet wool, coal smoke, and something else. Fear, perhaps, though Watson knew that was fancy rather than observation. The man who stood in the doorway was drenched. Not merely wet, as one might be from walking through rain with insufficient umbrella, but soaked through as if he'd been standing under a downpipe, or had walked for miles without shelter or care for the storm. His coat, once a respectable brown tweed, now darkened to near black with water, hung heavy on his frame, dripping steadily onto the landing. His hat was missing, and his hair plastered to his skull in dark streaks. His face, pale and drawn, bore the marks of exhaustion, and something more, a wild, hunted look that Watson recognized from his days treating soldiers, men who'd seen or done things that had shaken their fundamental understanding of the world. "Mr. Holmes," the stranger gasped, his voice rough, strained, "you must... I've nowhere else to go. They said you were the only one who might..." His words fractured, incomplete, as if even speech required more strength than he could muster. He swayed slightly, one hand gripping the doorframe with white-knuckled intensity, the other clutched against his chest where Watson could see the edge of something, a parcel, perhaps, or documents, pressed beneath his coat. "Come in," Holmes said, his voice gentle now, the alertness still present, but tempered with something like compassion. "Watson, help our guest to the chair by the fire. He's half frozen by the look of him." Watson moved quickly, professional instinct overriding any questions. He guided the stranger inside, feeling the man's shivers through his sleeve, noting the way his steps were unsteady, how his breathing came shallow and quick. This was more than cold and wet. This was a man at the very edge of his endurance, physical and otherwise. Holmes closed the door against the rain, shutting out the November night, though the stranger had brought enough of it inside with him that the room's warmth seemed momentarily challenged. Water pooled beneath the man's boots, darkening the rug, each drop a small marker of his passage from the streets to this sanctuary. Watson eased the stranger into the chair he'd vacated, the one closest to the fire, and immediately began the practiced assessment of a physician. No obvious wounds that he could see, no blood, but the man's pulse, when Watson gently took his wrist, raced like a frightened bird's. His skin was clammy, cold to the touch, and his eyes, when they met Watson's, held a quality that was almost pleading, as if he were asking permission to simply stop, to rest, to believe for a moment that he might be safe. "Brandy, Watson, if you'd be so kind," Holmes said, already moving to remove the stranger's soaked coat. "And perhaps a blanket. Mrs. Hudson will have retired for the evening, so we'll see to our guest ourselves." The stranger didn't resist as Holmes peeled the heavy coat from his shoulders, revealing a waistcoat and shirt that were nearly as wet clinging to thin shoulders. He was younger than Watson had first thought, perhaps 30, though hard living or recent trauma had carved lines around his eyes and mouth that suggested more years. His hands trembled constantly, and when Holmes draped the coat over a chair to dry, the stranger's right hand moved instinctively to his chest again, to whatever he carried there, as if it were the only solid thing in a world that had become dangerously fluid. Watson poured a generous measure of brandy and pressed the glass into the stranger's hand, guiding it to his lips. "Slowly," he instructed, his voice carrying the gentle authority that came from years of tending to the wounded. "Small sips. Your systems had a shock." The stranger obeyed, and some colour began to return to his face as the brandy worked its warmth through him. His shivering eased slightly, though his eyes remained restless, darting between Holmes and Watson and the door, as if he expected it to burst open at any moment despite being firmly closed. Holmes settled into his chair, his posture relaxed, unthreatening, though Watson knew his friend's mind was already cataloguing every detail. The quality of the stranger's clothes beneath the water damage, the calluses on his hands, the accent that coloured his speech, the particular way he held himself that spoke of education and class now intersected by catastrophe. "You're safe here," Holmes said quietly, and there was a quality to his voice that Watson had heard only rarely, a genuine warmth, an invitation to trust. "Whatever has brought you to my door on such a night, we have time. The rain isn't going anywhere, and neither, I suspect, is whatever troubles you, so breathe, warm yourself, and, when you're ready, you can tell us your story." The stranger's eyes filled suddenly with tears that he blinked back with obvious effort. His throat worked, swallowing words or emotion or both. The hand not holding the brandy reached into his shirt and withdrew a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth, his precious cargo, whatever it was, and placed it carefully on his lap, still cradled protectively. Outside, the rain continued its patient work, washing Baker Street clean or drowning it, depending on one's perspective. The clock ticked, the fire breathed, and in the sitting room at 221B, 3 men sat in a tableau that felt both ordinary and momentous, balanced on the edge of a story that hadn't yet decided if it would unfold with relief or tragedy. The stranger's lips moved, forming words that didn't quite emerge, and his fingers tightened on the oilcloth bundle. On his right hand, Watson noticed for the first time a gold ring, simple but well made, catching the firelight with each tremor of his hand. There was something about that ring, about the way the stranger touched it unconsciously, that suggested it meant more than mere ornament. "They're pursuing me," the stranger finally whispered, his voice barely audible above the rain. "Shadows that know my name and won't believe the truth. I've run until there's nowhere left to run. And His voice broke. "I don't know what else to do." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes intent but kind. "Then perhaps," he said softly, "it's time to stop running and start talking. I found that shadows often lose their power when held up to the light." The stranger nodded just once, a small surrender or perhaps a beginning. He took another sip of brandy, and as the rain drummed its endless rhythm against the windows of Baker Street, a story began to take shape in that warm room, a story of accusation, innocence, and the cruel machinery of a world that sometimes forgot to distinguish between the two. The night deepened around Baker Street as the stranger began to speak, his words emerging slowly at first, like water finding its path through stones. Holmes had provided him with a dry shirt, one of Watson's actually pulled from the chest in the corner, where spare clothes lived for occasions just such as this. The stranger wore it now, his own garments draped over chairs near the fire, steaming gently, filling the room with the peculiar scent of damp wool and the faint medicinal smell of London rain, which always carried traces of coal smoke and industry in its composition. His name, he told them, was Edward Archer, and before this week, before his world had fractured like ice beneath unexpected weight, he'd been a clerk at Hendricks and Soames, a shipping firm in the city whose business consisted primarily of importing tea and textiles from the Far East. Not glamorous work, he said with a ghost of a smile, but honest, steady. The sort of employment a man could build a modest life upon, could perhaps marry upon, could face his reflection in the morning without shame. Watson refilled the brandy glass without being asked, noting how Archer's hands had steadied somewhat, though his eyes still carried that haunted quality as if he were watching his own story from a great distance and finding it scarcely believable even as he told it. "I'd been with the firm for 7 years, Archer continued, his voice gaining strength as he spoke, as if the telling itself were a kind of unburdening. "Started as a junior clerk, copying invoices and manifests, the sort of tedious work that makes your hand cramp and your eyes blur by gaslight. But I was good at it, methodical. Mr. Hendricks himself remarked on my attention to detail, said I had the makings of a proper accountant given time and opportunity." He paused, his fingers moving to touch the gold ring on his right hand, that unconscious gesture Watson had noticed earlier. The ring caught the firelight, glinting softly, and Archer's expression softened for just a moment, as if the metal held some comfort that words couldn't quite reach. "My father gave me this ring," he said quietly, following Watson's gaze. "Before he died. He was a clerk too, worked his entire life in service to other men's fortunes, never complained, never asked for more than his due. He told me that honesty was the only inheritance that mattered, the only thing that couldn't be taken from you by circumstance or misfortune." His laugh was bitter, broken. He was wrong about that last part, it seems. Holmes, who had remained silent throughout, his fingers still steepled, his eyes half closed in that posture of intense listening, opened his eyes fully now. "When did the accusation come?" he asked, his voice gentle but precise, cutting through to the heart of what hadn't yet been said. Archer's face tightened. 4 days ago, a Thursday. I remember because Thursday was always inventory day, when we reconciled the week's accounts against the warehouse ledgers. Tedious work, but necessary. I was at my desk working through a stack of shipping invoices from the Orient Queen. She'd just come in from Hong Kong, when Mr. Soames appeared. Not just him, but Mr. Hendricks as well, and another man I didn't recognise. A detective from Scotland Yard, though he wasn't in uniform. The memory clearly pained him, and Watson felt an old familiar anger stirring in his chest, the kind that came from witnessing injustice, from seeing a decent man brought low by forces he couldn't control. Victorian society, for all its progress and industry, for all its railways and telegraphs and grand exhibitions of human achievement, had a way of crushing individuals between its great grinding wheels without even noticing the damage done. "They took me to Mr. Hendricks' office," Archer went on, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. "Closed the door, and then Mr. Soames. He laid it out like he was presenting evidence at the Old Bailey. Said there were discrepancies in the accounts, large ones, nearly £3,000 missing over the course of the past 18 months, siphoned away in small amounts from various shipments, buried in the ledgers where no one would notice unless they were looking very carefully. And they believed you were responsible," Holmes said. It wasn't a question. "My handwriting was in those ledgers," Archer replied, and there was a desperate quality to his voice now, the need to be believed warring with the understanding that belief was a luxury he could no longer expect. Of course it was. I'd made most of the entries myself, but I'd entered them correctly, exactly as they were given to me. Someone had gone back, altered the figures, made it look as though I'd been skimming money all along. It was masterfully done, I'll give them that. The alterations were in my hand, or near enough that even I had trouble telling the difference at first glance. Watson leaned forward. "Surely there were others who had access to those ledgers, others who could have made the changes?" 5 men worked in our accounts department, Archer said, nodding, but I was the junior, the newest, despite my 7 years. The others had been there longer, had established reputations, families, connections, and I live alone in rooms in Clerkenwell. No family has left in London since my mother died 2 years ago. No wife, no influential friends, just a clerk with a tidy hand and a father's ring, who suddenly looked very convenient for blame. The fire crackled, and Holmes rose from his chair, moving to the window where the rain still traced its endless patterns down the glass. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his tall silhouette dark against the dim glow of the street lamp outside. Watson knew this posture. His friend was thinking, arranging pieces, seeing patterns where others saw only chaos. "Did they arrest you?" Holmes asked, still facing the window. "No, not immediately. The Scotland Yard man, Detective Sergeant Morrison, said there would need to be a formal investigation, interviews, and a review of all the evidence. But Mr. Hendricks dismissed me on the spot, said he couldn't have someone under suspicion handling the firm's accounts regardless of my protestations of innocence. He was not unkind about it, actually, almost apologetic, but firm. The decision was made. Archer's voice had gone flat now, reciting facts like items on an inventory list, as if emotion had been temporarily suspended by the sheer weight of what he was relating. I was escorted from the building by a porter, watched as I cleared my desk. Not that there was much to clear. A pen, some personal letters, a photograph of my parents. The other clerks wouldn't meet my eyes. Some of them I'd shared lunch with, discussed cricket with, borrowed books from. But that afternoon I was a thief, or as good as one. An association with me had become dangerous. "You went home?" Watson prompted gently when Archer fell silent, lost in the memory. "I went home," Archer agreed. "I walked there in a daze, hardly noticing the streets or the people. My landlady, Mrs. Penrose, a decent woman, always fair about the rent. She heard me coming up the stairs and opened her door to greet me. I wanted to know why I was home so early if I was ill. I couldn't tell her. I just smiled and said I was feeling a bit under the weather, went to my room and sat there as the afternoon turned to evening, trying to understand how my life had come apart so completely in the space of 3 hours." The oilcloth bundle sat on the small table beside Archer's chair, still unopened, whatever secrets it held waiting their turn to be revealed. Holmes had turned from the window now and was watching Archer with that peculiar intensity that meant every word, every gesture, every inflection was being catalogued and analysed. "The next morning," Archer continued, "there was a knock at my door before dawn. Morrison, the detective, with 2 constables. They had a warrant. Searched my rooms top to bottom, pulled out drawers, went through my books, even checked beneath the floorboards. They were looking for the money, of course. £3,000 doesn't simply vanish. It has to go somewhere, be hidden somewhere." "Did they find anything?" Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "No, because there was nothing to find. I'd stolen nothing, hidden nothing. My bank account held exactly what my salary for 7 years should have yielded, minus living expenses. My rooms contained nothing more valuable than a decent suit and some books. I own very little. I've always lived simply, saved what I could. My father's way." He touched the ring again, that reflexive gesture of comfort or perhaps reminder. But Morrison wasn't satisfied. Said the money had to be somewhere, that I'd likely placed it with an accomplice or hidden it outside the city. He was not cruel exactly, just certain. He'd seen the evidence, seen my handwriting in those ledgers, and in his experience the simplest explanation was usually correct. A clerk with access and opportunity, falsified records, missing money, the mathematics of guilt as tidy as any accounting. Watson felt his jaw tighten. He'd seen this before, in his own way. The machine of justice grinding forward with impressive efficiency, but sometimes terrible inaccuracy. The presumption of guilt that settled over a man like fog and refused to lift regardless of protestations. Victorian England prided itself on law and order, on the proper working of established systems. But systems required someone to blame when things went wrong, and the someone was rarely the person with power or position. "They told me not to leave London," Archer said. "Morrison made that very clear. Said I'd be called for formal questioning, that charges would likely be filed within the week. And then they left, and I sat in my ransacked rooms and tried to think of what to do, who to turn to. I had perhaps £20 to my name, no employment, no prospects, and the weight of accusation hanging over me like a sentence already passed." "Why didn't you stay?" Holmes asked, returning to his chair, settling into it with fluid grace. "If you're innocent, as you claim, running makes you appear guilty, removes any presumption in your favour." Archer's eyes met Holmes', and in them Watson saw something he recognised from the war, the look of a man who'd calculated the odds and found them insurmountable by conventional means. "Because I went back to the office," he said quietly, "the next day, not to my desk but to watch. I stood across the street in the shadow of a doorway and I watched the men I'd worked with arrive for the day, and I saw—" He paused, his hands gripping the arms of the chair. "I saw Mr. Soames arrive with a new clerk. Young man, perhaps 20, well-dressed, confident. They went inside together, and through the window I could see Soames taking him to my old desk, showing him the ledgers, explaining the work. And Soames was smiling, laughing even, as if nothing had happened, as if I'd never existed. And I realised that this had been planned, that I was never meant to defend myself, never meant to have a chance. The position had been filled before I was even dismissed. The story was already written, and my only role was to play the villain and then disappear. The room fell silent except for the rain and the fire. Holmes sat very still, his grey eyes unreadable, but Watson knew that look. His friend was angry, not the hot anger of an impulse, but the cold, calculating anger of a mind that had seen injustice and was already planning how to unravel it. "So you ran," Holmes said finally. "So I ran," Archer agreed, his voice barely a whisper. "I packed what I could carry, left my room before dawn this morning and started walking. I didn't even know where I was going at first. Just away. Away from Morrison and his certainty, away from Soames and his smile, away from a trial I knew I couldn't win. And then I remembered. I'd read about you, Mr. Holmes, in the papers, cases where you'd found truth when everyone else saw only the obvious, and I thought, perhaps, if anyone could see what I couldn't prove." He trailed off, exhausted by his own story, by the weight of hope placed in the hands of a stranger. The oilcloth bundle caught his eye, and he reached for it, unwrapping it with careful, trembling fingers. Inside were papers, documents, letters, what looked like pages torn from ledgers, his evidence, such as it was. The fragments of a life and a defence that he'd managed to carry with him through the rain and the desperation. "I brought what I could," he said, offering the papers to Holmes. "Copies I'd made of the original entries before they were altered. Letters of commendation from Mr. Hendricks, my employment record. I know it's not much, but it's all I have. All I am, really. 7 years of honest work reduced to a stack of damp papers." Holmes took the documents, handling them with surprising gentleness, and began to examine them, his eyes moving rapidly over the writing, the figures, the careful notations of a clerk's daily work. Outside, the rain continued. London slept or didn't, indifferent to the small drama unfolding in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street. The clock ticked toward midnight, and Edward Archer sat slumped in his borrowed chair, waiting for a verdict from a detective he'd met only hours ago, his future suspended like the rain between clouds and cobblestones. And Watson, watching both men, felt the familiar stirring of purpose that came with these cases, the sense that something important was unfolding, something that mattered beyond the immediate facts, a man's honour, his life. The difference between justice and convenience in a world that too often preferred the latter. Holmes looked up from the papers, his expression unreadable. "These are useful," he said quietly. "But they're not proof, not the kind that would satisfy a court or Scotland Yard." Archer nodded, unsurprised. "I know. That's why I ran. That's why I'm here asking. I don't even know what I'm asking. Sanctuary, belief, a chance." Holmes was silent for a long moment, the papers still in his hands. Then, with infinite care, he set them aside and looked at Archer, with something that might have been respect. "You'll stay here tonight," he said. "Sleep, rest. The rain will keep anyone from tracking you, and by morning we'll both think more clearly. Then we'll see what can be done." It wasn't a promise of salvation, but it was something, and for Edward Archer, soaked and accused and running from shadows, it was enough. The household settled into an uneasy quiet as midnight passed into the deeper hours of morning, that peculiar time when London seemed to hold its breath between one day and the next. Watson had helped Archer to the small guest room at the back of the flat, a modest space that Holmes kept for occasions when clients needed sanctuary, or when cases ran too late for visitors to safely navigate the city's darker corners. The room held a narrow bed, a washstand, and a window that looked out onto the mews behind Baker Street, where the rain drummed against cobblestones with a rhythm that was almost musical in its persistence. Archer had protested weakly that he didn't wish to impose, but exhaustion had won out over propriety. Watson had seen it happen as they'd climbed the short stairs, the way Archer's shoulders had sagged, the way his steps had grown unsteady, as if now that he'd told his story and placed his burden in someone else's hands, his body had finally permitted itself to acknowledge just how thoroughly spent it was. By the time Watson had shown him the bed, Archer was barely conscious, mumbling something that might have been thanks before collapsing onto the coverlet still half-dressed, asleep before Watson had even closed the door. Now Watson descended the stairs to find Holmes exactly where he'd left him, still in his chair by the fire, though the detective had moved the lamp closer and spread Archer's documents across the small table beside him. The papers caught the light, their edges curling slightly from the dampness they'd absorbed, and Holmes's long fingers moved over them with the delicate precision of a surgeon or a safecracker, someone accustomed to finding meaning in the smallest details, the faintest traces that others missed entirely. "Will you sleep at all tonight?" Watson asked, settling back into his own chair, which still held the warmth of his earlier occupation. He'd brought his pipe, filling it with methodical care, the familiar ritual, a small anchor of normalcy in what had become a decidedly abnormal evening. "Perhaps later," Holmes replied without looking up, his eyes still fixed on the documents. "Sleep is a luxury best enjoyed when one's mind isn't occupied with puzzles, and this, Watson, is a puzzle of some considerable interest." "You believe him, then? Archer?" Holmes was silent for a moment, his fingers pausing on a page of careful accounting figures, columns of numbers in a neat, precise hand that spoke of years of practice, of a man who took pride in the accuracy of his work. "Belief," he said finally, "is a dangerous foundation for investigation. But I observe certain facts that suggest his account deserves serious consideration. His hands, for instance. Did you notice them?" Watson thought back to his examination of Archer, the way he'd checked the man's pulse, guided the brandy glass to his lips. They were trembling. Shock, exhaustion, ink-stained, Holmes interrupted gently. "Permanently, I would say. The kind of staining that comes from years of daily work with a pen and ledger. The right hand, particularly, the index finger and thumb show the characteristic marks of someone who writes for hours at a time, and the calluses match the grip of a clerk's pen, not the softer wear you'd see from occasional correspondence. This is a man whose entire professional life has been built around careful, meticulous record-keeping." Watson lit his pipe, drawing in the first sweet pull of tobacco. The scent mingled with the coal smoke and the lingering dampness in the air, creating an atmosphere that was somehow both comfortable and contemplative. A forger would have the same marks, surely. Indeed, but a forger skilled enough to alter ledgers in a manner nearly indistinguishable from the original hand would not have panicked and fled. A guilty man with that level of skill would have prepared an escape long before suspicion fell upon him. False identity, passage arranged, money already transferred and hidden. Instead, we have a man who ran with nothing but some papers and £20, who walked the streets in the rain because he had nowhere else to go, who arrived at our door as a last desperate measure rather than as part of any calculated plan. Holmes set down the document he'd been studying and picked up another. What appeared to be a letter of commendation, the paper heavier, bearing the letterhead of Hendricks and Soames. Moreover, consider the timing. If Archer had been embezzling for 18 months, accumulating £3,000 in small increments, where is the money? Morrison searched his rooms and found nothing. His bank account is modest, appropriate to his salary. He owns nothing of value beyond his father's ring. Either he's hidden the money so cleverly that Scotland Yard's search revealed nothing, which suggests a criminal sophistication entirely at odds with his panicked flight, or the money was never in his possession to begin with. The fire settled lower in the grate, the flames becoming coals that glowed with a deep hypnotic warmth. Watson added another piece of coal, watching as it caught and began to burn, the room's temperature sustained by this small intervention. Outside, the rain continued its patient work, washing Baker Street clean, or perhaps just moving its dirt from one place to another, as rain had done since before there was a London to wash, when this land was forest and marsh, and the river ran without banks or name. "You think someone else took the money," Watson said. "Someone at the firm." The evidence certainly suggests it. £3,000 is a considerable sum, but spread over 18 months in a shipping firm that deals in cargo from the Orient, it's not so large as to be immediately obvious. A skilled accountant could hide such discrepancies easily, particularly if they had the authority to review and approve the very ledgers that contained the falsified entries. And if suspicion ever did arise, well, how convenient to have a junior clerk whose handwriting is already in those ledgers, whose position is vulnerable, whose lack of family or connection makes him an ideal scapegoat. Watson felt a familiar anger stirring again, the sense of injustice that had drawn him to Holmes in the first place years ago now. He'd been a doctor looking for purpose after the war, and he'd found it in these rooms, in cases that mattered not because they were grand or famous, but because they involved real people caught in circumstances beyond their control. Victorian society operated on certainty and hierarchy, everyone in their proper place following proper rules. But those rules were written by people with power, and too often the people without power found themselves crushed when the machinery malfunctioned. "If you're right," Watson said, drawing on his pipe, "then Archer is in terrible danger, not just from the law, but from whoever actually took the money. They've built their entire defence on his guilt. If he manages to prove his innocence, their crime becomes visible again." "Precisely." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, pushing aside the curtain to look out at the rain-slicked street below. Baker Street at this hour was nearly deserted. A hansom cab passed slowly, its horse's hooves muffled by the wet, and somewhere in the distance a policeman's whistle sounded. Two sharp notes that spoke of London's endless small dramas, the minor crimes and disturbances that filled the night. Which is why his decision to run, while understandable, may have been the worst possible choice. He's made himself a fugitive, confirming every suspicion Morrison held, and if the real thief learns that Archer has fled— He left the sentence unfinished, but Watson understood the implication. A man who would frame an innocent colleague for embezzlement would not hesitate to ensure that colleague could never return to challenge the accusation. There were many ways a fugitive could meet misfortune in London: an accident in the fog, a fall into the Thames, a confrontation with the wrong sort of people in the wrong sort of place. The city was vast and indifferent, and it swallowed people regularly without anyone particularly noticing. "Will you take the case?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. He'd seen the way Holmes had handled Archer's papers, the gentleness that spoke of respect. His friend had many qualities that society found eccentric or even troubling: the irregular hours, the chemical experiments, the occasional use of cocaine when boredom threatened. But beneath it all was a deep, almost fierce commitment to truth. Holmes couldn't abide injustice, couldn't bear to see the innocent punished while the guilty walked free. "I'm not certain there is a case to take," Holmes replied, still gazing out at the rain. "Archer is a fugitive from Scotland Yard in hiding, with no resources and no evidence that would satisfy a court. Even if I could prove who really took the money, presenting that proof would require Archer to surrender himself to Morrison, to face charges that have already been essentially decided in the public mind. The moment he ran, he lost the presumption of innocence that our legal system theoretically provides." "But you'll try?" Holmes turned from the window, and in the lamplight his face showed that particular expression Watson had learned to recognise. The look of a man who'd already decided his course and was simply organising the details of how to proceed. "I'll investigate," he said, quietly, "the firm, the accounts, the people who had access to those ledgers, and I'll see if the evidence supports Archer's claims or reveals something else entirely. But Watson—" He paused, his grey eyes serious. "You must understand that this may not end well. Even if I find proof of his innocence, even if I identify the real thief, there's no guarantee that justice will follow. Sometimes the truth isn't enough." Watson nodded. He'd learned that lesson in these rooms, through cases that sometimes ended with satisfaction and sometimes with bitter compromise. The world was not as orderly as people liked to pretend. Justice was not automatic. Good people suffered while bad people prospered, and all the clever deduction in the world couldn't always change that fundamental unfairness. "Still," Watson said, "we have to try. That's why people come here, isn't it? Because we try when no one else will." A faint smile touched Holmes's lips. "Your optimism is occasionally exhausting, Watson, but I confess I find it indispensable. Very well. Tomorrow, or rather today, since it's already past 2 o'clock, I'll begin inquiries. Hendricks and Soames maintains offices in Leadenhall Street. I'll make some discreet visits, ask some questions, see what can be learned about the firm's accounts and the people who manage them. You should stay here. Keep an eye on our guests. If Morrison comes calling, we've simply taken in a friend who was caught in the rain, a distant cousin perhaps passing through London. And if Morrison searches the flat? He won't, not without cause, and he has no reason to connect Archer to Baker Street. The man's been running blind by his own admission. He didn't plan his escape, didn't prepare a network of safe houses. He stumbled here out of desperation, not calculation. Morrison will be watching Archer's lodgings, his known associates, the railway stations. He won't think to look for him in the home of a consulting detective. Watson hoped that was true. He finished his pipe, tapping out the ash into the tray beside his chair, watching as the embers died into grey powder. The room had grown very quiet, the kind of quiet that came in the deepest part of night when even the rain seemed to soften. becoming more suggestion than sound. Somewhere in the flat a floorboard creaked. Probably just the old building settling, adjusting to the temperature change, though Watson found himself glancing toward the hallway where Archer slept. "Do you think he'll still be here in the morning?" Watson asked softly. Holmes returned to his chair, gathering the papers back into their oilcloth wrapping with careful hands. "I don't know," he admitted. "Fear is a powerful motivator, and he has every reason to be afraid. He may wake before dawn and slip away, thinking himself a burden or believing his presence puts us at risk. Or he may stay and trust us to help him, which would require a kind of faith that's difficult to maintain when the world has given you every reason to doubt. If he runs again, then we'll have done what we could," Holmes said. "We offered him shelter, listened to his story, treated him with the dignity that others denied him. Sometimes, Watson, that's all we can do. Offer a moment of grace in a graceless situation and hope it's enough to sustain someone through their darkest hours." The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half-hour, 2:30 in the morning, that dead time when London belonged to policemen and criminals, to shift workers and the sleepless, to those whose lives didn't fit into the neat categories of day and night. Watson felt his own exhaustion beginning to assert itself, the comfortable weight of tiredness that came after a long day and an eventful evening. But Holmes showed no signs of sleep, his eyes still bright, his mind clearly working through the puzzle Archer had brought to their door. "You should rest," Holmes said, noticing Watson's weariness. "Tomorrow may bring complications and you'll want to be alert. I'll keep watch for a while longer." Watson considered arguing but recognized the futility. When Holmes was caught by a problem, sleep became irrelevant, an unnecessary interruption to thought. He'd seen his friend go days with only the briefest catnaps, sustained by tobacco and coffee and the sheer momentum of his racing mind. It wasn't healthy, Watson knew as a physician, but it was who Holmes was. A man whose brain required constant stimulation, constant challenge, or it turned inward in destructive ways. "Wake me if anything happens," Watson said, rising from his chair, "or if you decide you need assistance with your inquiries tomorrow." "I will. Good night, Watson. Or good morning, rather." Watson climbed the stairs to his own room, leaving Holmes in his vigil by the dying fire. As he prepared for bed, moving through the familiar rituals of undressing, washing, settling beneath the covers, he found his mind returning to Archer, the man's desperate eyes, his trembling hands, the gold ring he touched like a talisman, a clerk accused of theft. A common enough story in a city the size of London, where thousands of men handled other people's money, and the temptation to take just a little, to skim just enough to make life easier, must be considerable. But there was something in Archer's manner, something in the way he told his story that rang true. Not the desperate truth of a guilty man trying to convince himself of his own innocence, but the bewildered truth of someone who genuinely couldn't understand how his life had collapsed so completely, so quickly. Watson had seen both kinds of truth in his years with Holmes, and he'd learned to distinguish between them most of the time. He closed his eyes, listening to the rain against his window, and hoped that morning would bring clarity, that Holmes would find some thread to pull, some way to unravel the knot of accusation and reveal the truth beneath, and that Edward Archer would still be in the guest room when dawn arrived, trusting them enough to stay, to believe that perhaps there was one place in London where shadows didn't reach, and desperate men could find sanctuary, however temporary. Sleep came slowly, attended by the sound of the rain and the faint creak of floorboards from below, where Sherlock Holmes sat in his chair by the fire, thinking, planning, preparing to wage war against injustice with the only weapons he possessed: observation, deduction, and an unwavering commitment to truth that sometimes felt like the only solid thing in a world of shadows and lies. Morning came to Baker Street with a gentleness that seemed at odds with the previous night's drama. The rain had finally exhausted itself sometime before dawn, leaving the world washed clean and oddly quiet, as if the city itself were still catching its breath after the storm. Watson woke to pale November sunlight filtering through his curtains, not the robust golden light of summer, but the tentative, apologetic light of late autumn that seemed uncertain of its own right to exist. He dressed quickly, his mind already running through the events of the previous evening, organising them into something resembling order. A desperate man at their door, a story of false accusation, documents that proved nothing and everything. Holmes in his chair by the fire, papers spread before him like pieces of a puzzle that refused to reveal its pattern. Watson found himself hoping, with an intensity that surprised him, that Archer would still be in the guest room, that he hadn't fled in the night back into the unforgiving streets of London. The sitting room when Watson descended bore the marks of Holmes's vigil. The fire had burned down to cold ash, the lamp had gutted out, and the air held that particular chill of a room that hadn't been tended through the night. But Holmes was not in his chair. Instead, Watson found him standing at the window, already dressed, his profile sharp against the pale morning light. He looked tired, not exhausted, but worn in that way that came from a night spent thinking rather than sleeping, from hours of mental exertion that left no visible trace except in the tightness around his eyes. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without turning. "Mrs. Hudson has been and gone already, left tea and toast on the table. I took the liberty of asking her not to disturb our guest for a while yet. The man needs rest more than breakfast at present." Watson moved to the table, grateful for the tea despite its lukewarm temperature. The toast sat untouched on its plate, telling him that Holmes had been too preoccupied to eat, which was not uncommon during cases. "Have you slept at all?" "An hour, perhaps, in the chair. Enough to clear my thoughts." Holmes finally turned from the window, and Watson saw that his friend had made some decisions during the night. There was a purposefulness to his manner, a focus that suggested plans had been formulated and were ready to be executed. "I've been thinking about our Mr. Archer and his predicament. The situation is more complex than it initially appeared." "In what way?" Holmes moved to his chair, settling into it with fluid grace, his long fingers steepling beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of concentration. "Consider the mechanics of the crime. £3,000, embezzled over 18 months from a shipping firm dealing primarily in Oriental imports. The money taken in small increments, buried in the ledgers where discrepancies would be difficult to notice unless someone was specifically looking for them. This requires not just access to the accounts, but intimate knowledge of the firm's operations, which shipments carry the most valuable cargo, which transactions involve enough complexity that a few pounds here and there would be lost in the paperwork." Watson sipped his tea, following the logic. "So you believe it was someone senior at the firm, someone with authority over the accounts? Someone with both authority and motive? £3,000 is not an insignificant sum, but neither is it the kind of fortune that would tempt a man already well compensated for his position. This suggests someone under financial pressure, gambling debts perhaps, or some other circumstance that created a sudden, desperate need for money that couldn't be satisfied through legitimate means. And they chose Archer as their scapegoat. Not randomly, I think. That's what kept me awake through the night, working through the possibilities. Archer was perfect for their purposes, junior enough to be vulnerable, senior enough to have access to the ledgers, skilled enough that his handwriting in those ledgers would seem natural, and crucially, isolated enough that he had no powerful friends or family connections to come to his defence. Someone planned this very carefully, Watson. They didn't just steal money, they constructed an entire narrative in which Archer was the inevitable villain. A floorboard creaked overhead, and both men glanced toward the ceiling. Archer, it seemed, was awake. Watson set down his teacup and moved toward the stairs, but Holmes raised a hand. "Wait, before we speak with him, I need to tell you something." Holmes's expression had grown serious, almost grave. "I checked on him during the night, just after 3 o'clock, when I'd finished my initial review of his documents. I wanted to ensure he was resting comfortably, that the shock of his ordeal hadn't produced any medical complications you should be aware of. And he was crying, Watson, in his sleep, not violently, just silent tears running down his face while he muttered words I couldn't quite make out. But I heard one phrase clearly, repeated several times. Father would be ashamed. The ring he wears, the one his father gave him, it's not just a memento, it's a burden, the weight of expectation, of inherited honour, of a father's belief that honesty was the only inheritance worth having. And now that inheritance has been stolen from him as surely as if someone had picked his pocket. Watson felt something tighten in his chest. He'd lost his own father years ago, but he remembered the weight of parental expectation, the desire to live up to the example set, to honour the sacrifices made. To have that honour publicly stripped away, to be called a thief when your entire identity was built on your father's, teaching about integrity. It was a cruelty that went beyond mere legal accusation. The footsteps overhead grew more distinct, and moments later they heard the guest room door open. Archer descended the stairs slowly, still wearing Watson's borrowed shirt and his own trousers, which had dried overnight though they bore the wrinkles and water stains of their soaking. His face looked better than it had the previous evening. The immediate pallor of exhaustion had faded, replaced by the more sustainable weariness of a man who'd had a few hours' rest but remained fundamentally drained by circumstance. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said quietly, pausing at the bottom of the stairs as if uncertain of his welcome in the morning light. I wasn't sure if I'd dreamed last night, if this place was real or just something I'd imagined in desperation." "It's real," Watson said gently, gesturing to a chair. "Please, sit. Have some tea and toast. You'll feel better with something in your stomach." Archer sat, though he made no move toward the food. His eyes moved around the room, taking in the details he'd been too exhausted to register the night before. The clutter of Holmes' chemical apparatus on the side table, the stacks of newspapers and case files, the Persian slipper hanging from the mantelpiece, the violin leaning against the wall. The comfortable chaos of men who lived by their own rules, unburdened by the need to maintain appearances for society's sake. "I should leave," Archer said, though his voice lacked conviction. "I've put you both at risk by coming here. If Morrison discovers I've been in contact with you—" "Morrison has no reason to connect you to Baker Street," Holmes interrupted. "And even if he did, you came here seeking consultation on a legal matter, which is hardly unusual. I've had dozens of clients over the years who are under investigation by Scotland Yard. My taking an interest in your case would surprise no one. But I ran. I'm a fugitive. You're a man who panicked after being falsely accused and whose instinct for self-preservation overcame his judgment. It's not admirable, but it's understandable, and it doesn't prove guilt. Any barrister worth his fee could argue that point successfully, should it come to that." Archer's hands moved to the gold ring on his finger, turning it slowly, that unconscious gesture of comfort or perhaps prayer. "You believe me then? You think I'm innocent?" Holmes was silent for a moment, his grey eyes studying Archer with that penetrating intensity that made some people uncomfortable, but which Watson knew signalled deep thought. "I believe your account is consistent with innocence," he said finally, "which is not quite the same thing as certainty, but it's enough to warrant investigation. I spent the night reviewing your documents, and I found several points of interest that suggest your accusation was not as straightforward as Morrison believes." "What kind of points?" "The alterations. To the ledgers, for instance. You said they were done in a hand nearly indistinguishable from your own, yes?" When Archer nodded, Holmes continued. "That level of forgery requires practice, skill, and most importantly, access to samples of your handwriting. Someone studied the way you form letters, the pressure you apply, the particular quirks of your penmanship, the way your capital H tends to lean slightly right, or how you cross your T with an upward flourish. This wasn't a casual imitation, this was methodical preparation." Archer's face had gone pale again. "You're saying someone at the firm had been planning this for months? That they were, studying me? Preparing to frame me?" "I'm saying that whoever took that money didn't make a spur-of-the-moment decision. They identified you as their scapegoat well in advance, prepared the ground carefully, and then executed their plan with impressive precision. The question is, who at Hendricks and Soames had both the motive to steal and the access necessary to study your work so closely?" Watson watched Archer process this information, saw the way his expression shifted from confusion to something like horror. It was one thing to be accused falsely. It was quite another to realize you'd been deliberately selected for destruction, that someone you'd worked alongside, perhaps shared lunch with or discussed the weather with, had been planning your ruin for months. "I don't know," Archer said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I worked with 5 other men in the accounts department. We weren't close, exactly. Professional, but not personal. But I can't imagine any of them doing something like this. They all seemed decent, ordinary, men with families and mortgages and ordinary concerns. Ordinary men commit extraordinary crimes when circumstances press them," Holmes said, not unkindly. "Financial pressure especially has a way of eroding moral boundaries that seem solid until they're tested. But let's approach this systematically. Tell me about the accounts department. Who had authority over you? Who reviewed your work? Who could have accessed your ledgers without raising suspicion?" Archer took a piece of toast, more for something to do with his hands than from hunger, Watson suspected. He chewed mechanically, organising his thoughts. There was Mr. Pemberton, the senior accountant. He'd been with the firm for 20 years, managed all the major accounts. Then Mr. Carstairs and Mr. Wickham, both senior to me by 5 or 6 years. They handled the shipping manifests and customs documentation. Below them was Mr. Davies, who joined a year before me, and then myself. Mr. Soames, one of the partners, supervised the department overall, but he rarely involved himself in daily operations unless something unusual came up. And any of these men could have altered your ledgers? Pemberton certainly. He reviewed everyone's work and had keys to the filing cabinets where older ledgers were stored. Soames as well, though as I said, he wasn't often in the office. Carstairs and Wickham, possibly if they stayed late or came in early. The ledgers weren't locked away during the day. Anyone in the department could have accessed them if they chose the right moment. Holmes rose and moved to the window again, that restless energy that characterized his thinking process expressing itself in movement. Did any of these men show signs of financial difficulty? New expenses, lifestyle changes, increased borrowing? Archer was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. Pemberton bought a house last year, Brixton, I think, seemed pleased about it, though he complained about the mortgage payments. Carstairs' daughter had a coming out last season. I remember him mentioning the expense of it, how debutante balls were ruinous to fathers. Wickham. I don't recall anything unusual. Davies gambled occasionally, talked about the races, but nothing that seemed excessive. And their relationships with you specifically? Any animosity, resentment? Not that I noticed. We were colleagues, nothing more. I kept my head down, did my work, didn't involve myself in office politics or gossip. I thought... Archer's voice cracked slightly. I thought that was the right approach. Stay professional, don't make waves, earn respect through competence rather than charm, my father's way. But perhaps that's what made me vulnerable. I had no allies, no one who would speak up for me when the accusation came. Watson saw Holmes's expression shift, something that might have been sympathy or perhaps just recognition of a tragic irony. That Archer's very virtues, his professionalism and dedication, had been turned into weapons against him. The morning you were accused, Holmes said, turning back from the window, you mentioned Mr. Soames presented the evidence. Was it just him, or were others present? Soames, Mr. Hendricks, and Detective Sergeant Morrison, and... Archer paused, his face troubled. Pemberton was there as well, actually. He'd been the one who discovered the discrepancies, according to Soames. Said he'd been conducting a routine audit and noticed the irregularities. He looked. I remember he wouldn't meet my eyes. At the time I thought it was embarrassment, having to witness my disgrace. But now you wonder if his discomfort had a different source, Holmes finished. Guilt, perhaps, rather than embarrassment. Or fear that you might say something, notice something, that would undermine the narrative he'd constructed. The room fell silent except for the ticking of the clock and the distant sounds of Baker Street coming to life outside. The rattle of a cart, the call of a vendor, the ordinary commerce of a city going about its morning business, indifferent to the small drama unfolding in the sitting room at 221B. What happens now? Archer asked finally. Morrison will be looking for me. My landlady will have reported my absence by now. Every day I stay missing makes me look more guilty. Holmes returned to his chair, his decision clearly made. I'm going to Leadenhall Street this morning. I'll visit Hendricks and Soames under the pretence of inquiring about shipping rates. I've used the firm before for small matters, so my presence won't raise immediate suspicion. While I'm there, I'll observe the accounts department, see what can be learned about the men who work there. Watson will stay here with you. You'll remain in the flat, out of sight, until I return with more information. And if you find nothing? If there's no evidence beyond what I've already shown you? Holmes met Archer's gaze steadily. Then we'll face that reality when it comes. But I don't believe we'll find anything, Mr. Archer. Someone stole £3,000 and went to considerable trouble to ensure you would take the blame. People who go to that much trouble make mistakes, perhaps small ones, invisible to Scotland Yard's investigation, but mistakes nonetheless, and mistakes can be found if one knows where to look. It wasn't a guarantee of salvation, but it was hope, which was sometimes just as valuable. Archer nodded slowly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Outside, a church bell chimed the hour. 9 o'clock. The day properly begun, London moving forward with its millions of small purposes and ambitions, unaware that in one room 3 men were preparing to challenge the machinery of accusation and see if truth could be found beneath the convenient lie. Holmes rose, reaching for his coat. Watson stood as well, ready to see his friend off, to take up his post as guardian and companion to a man who'd stumbled into their lives carrying nothing but desperation and a gold ring that symbolised everything he'd lost. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot, and somewhere in the city of London, in the offices of Hendricks and Soames, a truth waited to be uncovered, or a lie waited to be exposed. Either way, the day promised answers, and both Holmes and Watson knew that answers, whatever they revealed, were always preferable to the agony of uncertainty. The November morning had settled into that peculiar grey luminosity that London wore so well. Not quite fog, not quite clear, but something in between, as if the city couldn't quite decide whether to reveal itself or remain mysterious. Holmes departed Baker Street shortly after 9:30, his collar turned up against the damp chill, his stride purposeful as he disappeared into the flow of pedestrians and hansoms that populated the street. Watson watched from the window until his friend was out of sight, then turned back to the sitting room where Edward Archer sat in the chair by the now cold fireplace, looking like a man suspended between one life and another, uncertain which direction gravity would eventually pull him. "Let me get the fire going again," Watson said, moving to the grate with practised efficiency. "No, sense sitting in the cold while we wait." Archer watched as Watson rebuilt the fire, his movements economical and sure from years of practice. The kindling caught, the coal began to glow, and gradually warmth crept back into the room, pushing away the morning chill. It was a small domestic ritual, but Watson had learned through his years with Holmes that these small rituals mattered. They created structure, provided comfort, reminded people that even in the midst of chaos, some things remained reliable and constant. "Tell me about your father," Watson said once the fire was properly established, settling into his chair with a fresh pipe. He'd learned that waiting was an art, and that waiting was easier when shared with conversation. "You mentioned he was a clerk as well." Archer's hand moved to the gold ring, that unconscious gesture Watson had come to recognise as both comfort and reminder. "He worked for the same firm for 37 years, he said quietly, his voice carrying the particular tone people used when speaking of the beloved dead. "Started as a copying clerk at 16, worked his way up to senior accounts manager. Never missed a day except when my mother was dying, and even then he tried to go in. Said a man's word was his bond, and if you'd promised your labour for a wage, you honoured that promise regardless of circumstance. That's a heavy standard to live up to. It was, but he never made it feel like a burden somehow. He'd come home each evening, always at precisely 6 o'clock. You could set your watch by him, and he'd hang up his coat and sit with me at the kitchen table while my mother finished preparing dinner, and he'd tell me about his day, about the numbers he'd balanced, the errors he'd caught, the small victories of precision and accuracy. Made it sound noble, you know, being the man who made sure the accounts were right, who kept the machinery of commerce honest and true." Watson drew on his pipe, listening. This was what doctors did, what good doctors did. They listened not just to symptoms, but to stories, to the narratives people constructed about themselves and their lives. And in Archer's story, Watson heard both love and weight, the gift of a father's values, and the burden of having to carry them forward into a world that didn't always honour such things. "He gave me this ring on my 18th birthday, Archer continued, turning it slowly on his finger. His own father had given it to him, and his father before that. Said it had been in our family for 3 generations, that it was the only real wealth we had. Not gold, though it is gold, but the idea it represented, that we were men who could be trusted, who kept our word, who did our work honestly and well. And when he died," Archer's voice caught. "When he died, one of his colleagues came to the funeral and told me that my father was the most honest man he'd ever known. Said you could build a business on men like my father, that he was worth 10 clever scoundrels. I thought that was what I was doing, building on his foundation, being the kind of man he'd raised me to be." The fire crackled softly, and outside a cart rumbled past, its wheels loud on the cobblestones. Watson let the silence sit for a moment, understanding that sometimes the most helpful thing was simply to witness someone's pain without trying to immediately fix it or minimize it. "Your father would not be ashamed," Watson said finally, his voice gentle but firm. "He'd be angry, yes, angry at the injustice, at the people who've done this to you, but not ashamed of you. You've done nothing shameful. You worked honestly, just as he taught you. that others have twisted that honesty into something it's not. That's their sin, not yours. Archer looked up, his eyes wet but not quite crying. How can you be so certain? You didn't know him. You don't know me, really. I arrived at your door last night, desperate and drenched, telling a story you have no reason to believe. I'm a doctor, Watson interrupted. I've been practicing for more than 20 years, and before that, I was an army surgeon. I've seen men at their worst and their best, seen what fear does to people, what desperation looks like, and I've learned to recognize certain truths that don't require proof. Your grief is real. Your confusion is real. Your sense of betrayal is real. Those aren't things a guilty man typically demonstrates. A guilty man caught in his crime tends toward anger or calculation, toward justification or denial. You, Mr. Archer, are bewildered. And bewilderment is the hallmark of innocence confronted with accusation it cannot comprehend. Across London, in the heart of the city where the business of empire was conducted in offices that smelled of ink and ambition, Sherlock Holmes stood before the impressive facade of Hendricks and Soames. The building was solidly Victorian in its construction, red brick and white trim, large windows that spoke of modern efficiency, and a brass plaque beside the door that announced the firm's name in letters polished to an almost aggressive shine. Holmes had visited here once before, 2 years ago, making inquiries about shipping manifests for a case involving smuggled antiquities. The visit had been brief and ultimately unnecessary, but it had given him familiarity with the building's layout, which now proved useful. He entered through the main door, nodding pleasantly to the porter stationed in the lobby, a grey-haired man with the bearing of an ex-soldier who watched the comings and goings with professional disinterest. The lobby was typical of such establishments. Marble floors that echoed footsteps, dark wood panelling that spoke of tradition and stability, and that peculiar smell that all commercial buildings seem to share. Paper, ink, coal dust from the heating system, and the faint mustiness of ledgers that had absorbed years of London's damp air. "May I help you, sir?" the porter asked, his tone respectful but wary. Holmes was well dressed enough to be a potential client, but there was something about him that always set people slightly on edge, perhaps the intensity of his gaze, or the way he seemed to be cataloguing every detail of his surroundings. "Yes, thank you. I'm here to inquire about shipping rates to Singapore. I believe Mr. Hendricks handles such matters." Holmes kept his tone light, casual, the voice of a man making routine business inquiries rather than conducting an investigation. "Mr. Hendricks is in, sir. Second floor, first office on the right. Shall I announce it to you?" "No need, thank you. I don't have an appointment, so I'll simply see if he has a moment to spare." Holmes climbed the stairs, his eyes taking in everything. The building was well maintained, prosperous without being ostentatious, the mark of a firm that had been successful for long enough that it no longer needed to prove anything. The stairs were carpeted in a deep burgundy runner, worn slightly in the middle from years of traffic. The walls held framed certificates and commendations, evidence of the firm's standing in the shipping community. The second floor opened onto a corridor with offices on either side. Through open doors, Holmes could see clerks bent over desks, working with the focused intensity of men who were paid by productivity. The scratch of pens, the rustle of papers, the occasional murmured conversation, the sounds of commerce in its most elemental form. But Holmes's destination was not Mr. Hendricks's office. Not yet. Instead, he paused at a door marked Accounts Department and glanced inside, his timing carefully chosen. It was mid-morning, the hour when clerks would be deep in their work, heads down, attention focused on ledgers and calculations. The perfect time to observe without being observed. The accounts department occupied a large room divided into work areas by tall filing cabinets and wooden partitions. 6 desks were visible, though one, Archer's Holmes presumed, sat conspicuously empty, its surface clear except for a layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been occupied in days. The other 5 desks were active, each manned by a clerk working with varying degrees of concentration. Holmes's eyes moved systematically from person to person, cataloguing details with the practiced efficiency of years of observation. At the desk nearest the window sat a portly man of perhaps 50, his grey hair thinning, his waistcoat straining slightly at the buttons. Pemberton, almost certainly, the senior accountant who'd allegedly discovered the discrepancies. He worked with methodical precision, his pen moving in steady strokes, his posture that of a man comfortable in his position and his routine. 2 desks away, a younger man, late 30s, thin face, nervous energy evident in the way his fingers drummed against the desk between calculations, was making notes with quick, almost agitated, movements. Beside him, an older clerk with mutton chop whiskers worked with the deliberate slowness of someone who'd long since given up any ambition for advancement and was simply counting days toward retirement. But it was the man at the desk closest to the door who caught and held Holmes's attention. Younger than Pemberton by perhaps 15 years, well dressed in a way that seemed slightly beyond a clerk's typical means. The fabric of his coat was quality wool, the watch chain visible at his waistcoat was gold, not brass. His desk held not just ledgers and papers but small personal touches, a silver pen stand, a leather blotter that looked new, a small photograph in an expensive frame. This man, Holmes consulted his mental notes and matched the description to what Archer had provided, would be Carstairs, the one whose daughter had had a coming out last season, which would have been expensive. But the cost of a debutante ball wouldn't account for the quality of his current possessions, not on a clerk's salary. Unless... Holmes filed the observation away and moved on, making his way to Mr. Hendrick's office before his loitering could be noticed. He knocked, was admitted, and spent the next 20 minutes discussing shipping rates and manifests with a pleasant middle-aged man who was clearly competent at his work and genuinely interested in securing new business. Throughout the conversation, Holmes asked casual questions about the firm's operations, its staff, its reputation, gathering information while maintaining the appearance of simple due diligence. "You must require quite a skilled accounts department," Holmes remarked at one point, "to manage the complexity of international shipping." "Indeed," Hendricks replied, his expression clouding slightly, "though we've had some difficulties recently. Lost a good clerk under unfortunate circumstances, accusations of embezzlement, very distressing. We're still sorting through the aftermath." "How terrible? Was the man caught?" "Fled, actually, which rather confirmed his guilt in the eyes of the police, though I must say—" Hendricks paused, seeming to consider whether to continue. "I must say I found it difficult to believe. Edward Archer worked for us for 7 years, never a hint of impropriety, but the evidence was quite damning, and Mr. Pemberton, our senior accountant, was quite certain of his findings." "Pemberton discovered the theft?" "Yes, during a routine audit. £3,000 taken over 18 months. Terrible business, terrible for Archer, terrible for us, terrible for confidence in the firm, though I suppose if someone's determined to steal they'll find a way regardless of precautions." Holmes made sympathetic noises and steered the conversation back to shipping rates, but his mind was working rapidly. Pemberton had discovered the theft. Pemberton had access to all the ledgers, had authority over the accounts, had 37 years. No, wait, that was Archer's father. 20 years, Archer had said. 20 years with the firm, which meant 20 years of trust, 20 years of being above suspicion. The perfect position from which to commit a crime and ensure someone else took the blame. After concluding his business with Hendricks and placing a small order for shipping services that he had no intention of actually using, but which cemented his cover as a legitimate client, Holmes made his way back through the building. As he passed the accounts department again, he noticed something he'd missed on his first observation. Pemberton's desk, unlike the others, had a locked drawer. Not unusual in itself, but the lock was new. Brass gleaming, recently installed, the wood around it showing fresh screw marks. A man with nothing to hide doesn't install new locks on his desk drawers. Holmes continued down the stairs, out through the lobby, past the porter who nodded respectfully, and back onto Leadenhall Street where the morning commerce of the city continued its eternal flow. He walked several blocks before hailing a hansom, his mind arranging the pieces of what he'd observed into patterns, into possibilities, into the beginnings of proof. "Baker Street," he told the driver, settling into the cab as it lurched into motion. Through the window he watched London pass, the endless parade of buildings and people, the vast machinery of a city that ground forward regardless of the individual dramas being played out within it. Somewhere in that city, Detective Sergeant Morrison was likely conducting his own investigation, following the obvious trail that led to Archer's guilt. But Holmes had learned long ago that the obvious trail was often precisely where the truth was not to be found. By the time the hansom reached Baker Street, Holmes had made several decisions. The evidence against Archer was circumstantial but damning, built on a foundation of assumption and convenience. But evidence could be re-examined, assumptions could be challenged, and convenience, when scrutinized closely, often revealed itself to be something else entirely. He paid the driver and climbed the stairs to 221B, already anticipating Watson's questions, already organising his observations into a narrative that would make sense of what he'd seen. Archer was innocent. Holmes was now virtually certain of that. But proving innocence was often harder than proving guilt, especially when the guilty party had done their work well. Still, every criminal made mistakes, and Pemberton, if Holmes's suspicions were correct, had made at least one. He'd underestimated the young clerk he'd framed, assuming Archer would simply accept his fate, confess under pressure, or flee far enough that he'd never return to challenge the accusation. He hadn't counted on Archer stumbling through the rain to the door of a consulting detective who had made it his life's work to find truth in places where others saw only comfortable lies. Holmes opened the door to find Watson and Archer exactly where he'd left them, looking up expectantly as he entered. He removed his coat, moved to the fire to warm his hands, and allowed himself a small smile. "Gentlemen," he said, "I believe I know who stole the money. Now we simply need to prove it." The afternoon settled over Baker Street with the weight of pending revelation, the kind of quiet that precedes either triumph or disaster, and holds both possibilities in equal measure. Holmes stood by the fire, his hands extended toward the warmth, while Watson and Archer watched him with the intensity of men whose futures hung on whatever words would come next. The sitting room, which had witnessed so many such moments over the years, seemed to hold its breath along with its occupants. "Pemberton," Holmes said finally, turning to face them, "your senior accountant, Mr. Archer, a man of 20 years' standing with the firm, trusted implicitly, above suspicion by design and by the careful cultivation of a reputation for absolute reliability. He took the money, altered the ledgers to implicate you, and then discovered the theft in a manner that ensured you would bear the blame while he remained beyond reproach." Archer's face had gone pale, not with shock but with a kind of sick recognition. "I should have seen it," he whispered. "All those times he reviewed my work, standing behind my desk, watching me write. I thought he was being thorough, teaching me proper procedure, but he was studying my hand, learning how I formed letters, how I held the pen. Precisely. He needed to be able to replicate your handwriting convincingly enough to alter the ledgers without raising immediate suspicion. It's a skill that requires practice and intimate familiarity with the subject's penmanship. He had both opportunity and access." Holmes moved to his chair, settling into it with that fluid grace that always accompanied the satisfaction of a puzzle beginning to resolve itself. "But observation alone isn't proof, not the kind that would satisfy a court. I need evidence, and evidence requires either confession or documentation that directly links Pemberton to the theft." Watson leaned forward. "You said he'd made mistakes. What did you observe at the firm?" "Several things. First, Carstairs, one of the other senior clerks, is living beyond his means. New clothes, expensive accessories, the general appearance of a man who's recently come into money. Archer, you mentioned his daughter had a coming out last season?" "Yes, he complained about the expense of it." "The average cost of a proper London season for a debutante is between £500 and £1,000, depending on the family's social ambitions. That's a significant sum for a clerk earning perhaps £200 annually. Yet Carstairs not only managed the expense, but seems to have prospered afterward. That warrants investigation." Archer frowned. "You think Carstairs was involved? That he and Pemberton worked together?" "Possibly. Or Carstairs may have been the unwitting beneficiary of Pemberton's generosity. A loan, perhaps, offered at favourable terms, creating a debt of gratitude that ensured silence or complicity when the accusation against you was made. Men with financial obligations are less likely to question the actions of their benefactors." Holmes steepled his fingers, his grey eyes distant. But the more significant observation was Pemberton himself. He's recently installed a new lock on his desk drawer, fresh brass, recently fitted. A man who's worked at the same desk for 20 years suddenly feels the need for enhanced security. That suggests he's hiding something that the previous lock was insufficient to protect. "The money?" Watson suggested. "Unlikely. £3,000 in cash would be far too bulky to hide in a desk drawer, and too risky besides. But documentation of where that money went, bank records, receipts, correspondence with creditors, those could easily fit in a locked drawer, and those documents, if we could access them, would provide the evidence we need." Archer's expression had shifted from hope to something more complicated, a mix of vindication and despair. Even if you're right, even if Pemberton is guilty, how do we prove it? We can't simply break into the firm and search his desk. And even if we could, even if we found proof, I'm still a fugitive. Morrison still believes I'm guilty. The moment I show my face, I'll be arrested. The room fell silent, and the fundamental problem at the heart of Archer's situation reasserted itself. Truth and justice were not always the same thing, and proving innocence required more than simply identifying the guilty party. It required convincing a system that had already made up its mind, that had invested its authority in a particular narrative and would resist any challenge to that narrative's validity. Holmes rose and moved to the window, his silhouette dark against the pale afternoon light. Outside, Baker Street continued its eternal rhythm. Carts and pedestrians, the occasional hansom, the flower seller on the corner calling out her wares in a voice made hoarse by years of London fog. The city cared nothing for the drama unfolding in this room, and would continue its business regardless of whether Edward Archer was vindicated or destroyed. That indifference was both comforting and terrifying, a reminder of scale, of how small individual lives were against the vast machinery of urban existence. "There is another possibility," Holmes said slowly, still facing the window. "One that doesn't require proof in the legal sense, that doesn't depend on convincing Morrison or satisfying the requirements of a court." "What do you mean?" Archer asked. Holmes turned, and his expression was complex. Not quite sad, but carrying a weight that Watson had seen only rarely, in cases where the right course was clear but carried costs that couldn't be avoided. "I mean that sometimes justice operates outside the formal channels. Sometimes the best outcome isn't punishment for the guilty, but freedom for the innocent. And sometimes achieving that freedom requires accepting that the guilty will go unpunished, at least in the eyes of the law." Watson understood immediately where his friend's thoughts were leading, and felt his heart sink even as his mind acknowledged the logic. "You're suggesting Archer leave England, disappear, start over somewhere the accusation can't follow him. I'm suggesting that proving Pemberton's guilt would require resources and time that Archer doesn't have. It would require gaining access to the firm's accounts through legal channels, which would alert Pemberton and give him an opportunity to destroy evidence. It would require convincing Morrison to reopen an investigation he considers closed, to admit that his certainty was misplaced. And even if all of that could be accomplished, even if irrefutable proof of Pemberton's guilt could be obtained, the process would take months. Months, during which Archer would either be in custody or in hiding, his life suspended, his future uncertain. "But if he flees," Watson protested, "he's admitting defeat, letting Pemberton win, living the rest of his life under a false name, always looking over his shoulder, never able to come home." "Yes," Holmes said quietly, "all of that is true. But he would be alive and free and able to build a new life unburdened by the weight of accusation. There are worse fates, Watson." Archer had been listening to this exchange with an expression of growing realization, as if pieces of understanding were falling into place that he'd been avoiding until now. His hand moved to the gold ring on his finger, turning it slowly, and when he spoke his voice was steady despite the tears that had begun to track down his face. "My father," he said, "believed that a man's honour was his most valuable possession. That reputation, once lost, could never truly be recovered. He would have told me to stay, to fight, to prove my innocence regardless of cost. To do anything else would be to surrender the only inheritance that mattered." He paused, looking down at the ring, the gold catching the firelight in small golden flashes. "But my father lived in a different time, I think. Or perhaps he lived in the time he wished existed rather than the time that actually did. He believed the world rewarded honesty, that truth would always emerge, that systems designed for justice would deliver justice. And maybe that was true for him, in his particular circumstances, but it's not true for me. Not now, not here." Watson felt something tighten in his chest. This was the moment he'd seen before in his work with Holmes, the moment when a client realized that the world was not as they'd believed it to be, that the structures they'd trusted were fallible, that innocence was not always its own defense. It was a kind of death, the death of a particular innocence, and it was always painful to witness. "What are you saying?" Watson asked gently. Archer looked up, his eyes clear despite the tears. "I'm saying that staying to fight would be noble but futile. Morrison is convinced of my guilt. The firm has moved on, hired my replacement, closed the chapter on my employment as if I'd never existed. And even if Mr. Holmes could prove Pemberton's guilt tomorrow, even if every piece of evidence pointed unambiguously to his crime, I would still have to stand trial for fleeing, for evading investigation. My reputation is already destroyed. The best I could hope for is a Pyrrhic vindication, being proven innocent but remaining ruined nonetheless. Holmes moved from the window, returning to his chair, and the way he looked at Archer carried something like respect. "You're thinking clearly. That's good. Painful, but good. So the question becomes, if you accept that staying is not viable, where do you go? And how do you get there without being caught?" "I have no idea," Archer admitted. "I've never been outside England. I have £20 to my name and no contacts abroad. I don't even speak any languages except a bit of schoolboy French that I can barely remember." "Then we'll need to be systematic about it," Holmes said, and Watson heard in his friend's voice the shift that occurred when a problem moved from theoretical to practical, from philosophy to logistics. "Watson, fetch the atlas from the shelf and some writing papers. We're going to plan Mr. Archer's disappearance." The afternoon gave way to evening as they worked. The three men bent over maps and documents, plotting a route that would take Archer far from London, far from Morrison's reach, to a place where he could begin again. Holmes approached the problem with the same methodical precision he applied to any case, considering variables, calculating risks, planning contingencies. "The key," Holmes explained, spreading a map of Europe across the table, "is to avoid patterns. Morrison will be watching the obvious escape routes, the channel ports, the railway stations with direct continental connections. So we go obliquely, take a circuitous path that appears random, but has a clear endpoint." "Where would you suggest?" Archer asked, studying the map with the intensity of a man looking at his future. "Several possibilities. America is obvious, but it's also where Morrison would expect you to go. Too many English fugitives make for the United States, and the authorities know it. South Africa has opportunities, particularly in the mining regions, but the passage is expensive and the conditions harsh. Australia is possible, but similar concerns apply." Watson, who had been listening while preparing tea, Mrs. Hudson had brought up a tray earlier, sensing somehow that the gentleman would need sustenance, spoke up. "What about the continent? France or Germany? Somewhere close enough to reach easily but foreign enough to provide anonymity?" "Too close," Holmes said, shaking his head. "And the legal apparatus between England and the major European powers is too well developed. An extradition request could reach you within weeks. No, we need somewhere more removed, somewhere the British government's reach is limited, and where a man with modest means and no particular skills can make a living without drawing attention." He traced a line across the map with one long finger, from England east through Europe and beyond. "I'm thinking of Asia, Hong Kong perhaps, or one of the treaty ports in China. The British have a presence there, yes, but it's a different kind of presence, commercial rather than administrative, and the population is large enough that one more English clerk wouldn't be particularly noteworthy. You could find work with one of the trading houses, use your accounting skills, and build a quiet life." Archer stared at the map, at the vast distance between England and the Far East, and Watson saw in his expression the full weight of what was being contemplated. This wasn't a temporary escape, a brief exile until things could be sorted out. This was permanent, a one-way journey to the other side of the world, leaving behind not just the accusation but everything else as well. The streets he'd known since childhood, the places his father had walked, the grave where his parents were buried. "I don't know if I can," Archer whispered. "Leave England forever, never come back. It's like dying in a way, killing Edward Archer and becoming someone else." Holmes's expression softened and he set down the pen he'd been using to make notes. "I won't lie to you, it will be difficult. Perhaps the hardest thing you'll ever do. But the alternative is spending years fighting a battle you cannot win, exhausting yourself against a system that has already decided your guilt. And even if you somehow prevailed, even if every charge was dropped and your name cleared, you would still be that man who was accused. The shadow would follow you forever. At least it would be my shadow," Archer said. "My name, my history, my father's name. Out there." He gestured vaguely at the map, at the distant lands it represented. "I'd be no one. A ghost. A man without a past." Watson set down the teacup he'd been holding and moved to sit beside Archer. He'd treated soldiers, young men sent to foreign lands to fight wars they didn't fully understand, and he'd seen what exile did to people. But he'd also seen what imprisonment did, what years of fighting hopeless legal battles did, what the slow grinding down of spirit felt like when a man was trapped in circumstances he couldn't escape. "You'd be alive," Watson said quietly. "You'd be free, and you'd carry your father's memory with you, along with his ring and his teachings. Those things don't depend on geography. Honour isn't tied to a place, Archer. It's tied to how you live, how you treat people, how you face the world. Your father would want you to survive, to have a life, even if that life is far from here." Archer was silent for a long moment, his fingers tracing the outline of Hong Kong on the map. Then, slowly, he nodded. "All right. Tell me what I need to do." The planning took hours. Holmes outlined a route that would take Archer north first to Liverpool, where he could board a merchant vessel heading east. The passage would be cheaper than a passenger liner and would require fewer documents, fewer opportunities for his name to appear on official manifests. From Liverpool to Gibraltar, then through the Suez Canal to Bombay, and finally to Hong Kong, a journey of 6 to 8 weeks, depending on weather and the ship's schedule. "You'll need new identity papers," Holmes said, writing on a fresh sheet. "Nothing too elaborate. A simple birth certificate and character reference should suffice for booking passage. I know a man in Cheapside who does excellent work in that line, expensive but reliable." "I don't have much money," Archer reminded him. "I'm advancing you the funds," Holmes said, waving away the objection before it could be fully formed. "Consider it an investment in justice, even if it's not the traditional kind. You can repay me if our paths cross again someday, or you can pay it forward to someone else who needs help. Either way, the money isn't important." Watson added to the pile of practical concerns. "You'll need different clothes, nothing that marks you as a London clerk. Work clothes, perhaps, the kind of things a labourer or tradesman might wear. And you'll need to change your appearance somewhat. Grow a beard, change your hair. Small things, but they help avoid recognition." They worked through the evening, compiling lists, writing letters of introduction to contacts Holmes had in the merchant marine community, preparing documents that would give Archer a new identity and a plausible story to tell anyone who asked questions. The man who would leave Baker Street in the morning would not be Edward Archer, wrongly accused clerk fleeing justice. He would be Thomas Ward, ship's clerk looking for work in the Eastern trade, a common enough figure that no one would look twice. As the clock struck 10, Holmes produced the forged documents. He'd sent a message to his contact in Cheapside earlier, and the papers had been delivered by a discreet courier. Archer held them in his hands, staring at the name that wasn't his, the history that was fiction, the identity that felt like both salvation and death. "Thomas Ward," he read aloud. "Born in Manchester 1860, clerk and accountant, 5 years' experience, currently seeking employment in overseas commercial operations." He looked up at Holmes. "It's perfect, which somehow makes it worse." "The best lies are always closest to the truth," Holmes said. "Everything in those documents is accurate except the name and the place of birth. You're a clerk and accountant with experience. You're seeking overseas employment. The only fiction is the identity itself, and that fiction is necessary for your survival." Archer folded the papers carefully and placed them in his pocket, then removed the gold ring from his finger. He held it for a long moment, the metal warm from his skin, catching the lamplight in soft glows. "I can't take this with me," he said quietly. "It's the one thing that connects me to who I was, to my father, to Edward Archer. If someone were to see it, to ask about it." "Then keep it hidden," Watson suggested. "Wear it on a chain around your neck under your shirt. You don't have to give up everything." But Archer was shaking his head. "No, I need to leave it behind, completely. Thomas Ward wouldn't have such a ring, wouldn't have that history, and carrying it would be holding on to something I need to let go of. Otherwise, I'll never fully become the person I need to become to survive this." He stood and moved to the mantelpiece, placing the ring there carefully, positioning it where it caught the firelight. "Will you keep it?" he asked, looking at Holmes. "As a reminder that Edward Archer existed, that he was innocent, that he mattered?" Holmes rose and stood beside him, looking down at the ring. For a moment, Watson thought his friend might refuse. Holmes was not sentimental, didn't generally keep mementos, and believed that sentiment clouded judgment. But then Holmes reached out and adjusted the ring's position slightly, ensuring it was stable, visible, honoured. I'll keep it, he said quietly. And someday, if circumstances change, if evidence emerges that proves your innocence beyond question, I'll see that it finds its way to you, wherever you are. It was as close to a promise as Holmes ever made, and all three men understood the weight of it. The ring sat on the mantelpiece like a small golden monument to a life being left behind. A man who would cease to exist come morning, replaced by someone new, someone unencumbered by accusation, but also stripped of history, of connection, of the accumulated weight of a life lived in the light. They talked through the night, sometimes about practical matters, what to say if questioned, how to behave aboard ship, what to expect in Hong Kong, and sometimes about nothing in particular. The comfortable, rambling conversation of men who knew they wouldn't see each other again and were reluctant to let the moment end. Watson told stories of his time in Afghanistan, of being far from home and learning to adapt. Holmes shared observations about human nature, about how identity was more fluid than people imagined, how we reinvented ourselves constantly whether we acknowledged it or not. And Archer gradually began to speak, not as a man mourning his past, but as someone tentatively imagining a future. He talked about learning Cantonese, about the possibility of working for one of the trading houses, about maybe someday having enough saved to start a small business of his own. The words came haltingly at first, then with growing confidence, as if the act of speaking about the future helped make it real. As dawn began to break over London, painting the sky in shades of grey and pink, Holmes produced an envelope containing money, enough for passage for the forged documents, for a modest stake in whatever came next. Archer tried to refuse, but Holmes was firm. "Take it," he said. "Use it. Survive. That's all that matters now." They dressed Archer in the workers' clothes they'd acquired. Rough wool trousers, a plain shirt, a coat that had seen better days. He looked different already, less like a clerk and more like a labourer, someone London would barely notice as he made his way through its streets. Watson tied a scarf around his neck, partly for warmth and partly to obscure his features, and Holmes positioned a cap on his head at an angle that shadowed his face. "The 6:15 train to Liverpool leaves from Euston," Holmes said. "Watson will accompany you to the station, see you safely aboard. Stay in your compartment, avoid conversation, and for God's sake, don't panic if you see a policeman. You're Thomas Ward. You have every right to be there." They stood in the sitting room, three men suspended in the moment before goodbye. The ring gleamed on the mantelpiece, and outside Baker Street was beginning to wake, preparing for another day of commerce and crime, of ordinary lives and small dramas, indifferent to the fact that within one of its buildings a man was dying so that another could live. Archer extended his hand first to Holmes. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick, "for believing me, for helping me, for everything." Holmes took his hand, his grip firm. "Go," he said simply. "Live well, and remember. The past is not a prison unless you make it one. You're free now, Mr. Ward. Make something of that freedom." Then Archer turned to Watson, and this goodbye was harder somehow, more personal. Watson had sat with him through the night, had listened to his story, had offered the kind of compassion that didn't require proof or evidence, only recognition of shared humanity. "Take care of yourself," Watson said, embracing him briefly. "Write if you can, if it's safe. Even just a postcard with no return address so we know you made it." "I will," Archer promised. And then he was gone, following Watson down the stairs and out into the grey London dawn, leaving behind the sitting room at 221B Baker Street and the gold ring that sat on the mantelpiece like a prayer or a promise, or perhaps just a reminder that justice took many forms, and sometimes mercy was a kind of justice all its own. Holmes stood at the window and watched them disappear into the morning crowds, two figures among thousands, anonymous and unremarkable. Then he turned, moved to the mantelpiece, and carefully repositioned the ring so it sat in the window itself, catching what little light the grey morning offered. There it would stay, he decided. Visible from the street below, catching the eye of anyone who looked up, especially anyone who might be fleeing through the rain toward Baker Street's door, seeking sanctuary they weren't certain existed. A small golden beacon saying, "Here, someone was believed. Here, someone was helped. Here, mercy won out over convenience, and a man was allowed to escape the weight of false accusation, to find whatever peace the world might offer him. It wasn't the justice Holmes preferred, the kind where guilty were punished and innocent vindicated in the eyes of all. But it was the justice that was possible, and sometimes, he thought, looking at the ring, possible justice was better than impossible vindication. The case, if it could be called a case, was closed, and somewhere on the streets of London, Thomas Ward was beginning his journey toward a new life, carrying nothing but forged papers, borrowed money, and the memory of a father's ring that would remain forever on a mantelpiece in Baker Street, waiting for a return that would likely never come. December settled over London like a grey blanket, heavy and damp, bringing with it the kind of cold that seeped into bones and settled there despite the best efforts of coal fires and thick wool coats. The city had transformed, as it always did in the weeks leading toward Christmas, into something that managed to be both festive and melancholy at once. Shop windows bright with displays, street corners loud with carolers, but beneath it all the relentless reality of winter, in a city too large to keep all its people warm. Baker Street continued its eternal rhythm, indifferent to the season's sentiment. The flower seller on the corner had been replaced by a chestnut vendor, whose brazier sent up columns of aromatic smoke that mingled with the fog. The lamplighter made his rounds earlier now, as the days grew shorter, and the evening darkness came with an intensity that made the gaslight seem less illumination and more suggestive, small golden promises that civilization still held against the encroaching night. In the sitting room at 221B, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson had settled back into their familiar patterns, the patterns that Edward Archer's arrival had briefly disrupted. Cases came and went, a matter of a stolen heirloom here, a question of insurance fraud there, the usual parade of human folly and occasional criminality that provided Holmes with the mental stimulation he required. Watson documented some of them in his journal, his pen moving across pages in that steady hand that had recorded so many of their adventures, transforming life into narrative, chaos into story. But neither man spoke of Archer, not directly. The name Edward Archer had been retired after all, replaced by Thomas Ward, and Thomas Ward was somewhere far from London now. If he'd been fortunate, if Watson had gotten him safely to Liverpool, if the forged papers had held up under scrutiny, if the merchant vessel had sailed on schedule, there had been no word, no postcard, no message of any kind, which was as it should be, Holmes knew. Silence was safety, communication was a risk. But still, on certain evenings when the rain returned to Baker Street, he found himself wondering. The gold ring remained in the window, exactly where Holmes had placed it that morning weeks ago. Mrs. Hudson dusted around it with the careful reverence she showed all of Holmes' inexplicable arrangements, understanding through long experience that items placed with intention were not to be moved regardless of how odd their positions might seem. The ring caught what light was available, morning sun when it appeared, gaslight in the evenings and on rainy days, the grey luminescence of water-heavy clouds that made it glow with a subdued patience, as if it were content to wait however long waiting required. Watson noticed, of course. Watson noticed everything that mattered, even when he pretended otherwise. He would occasionally glance at the ring as he read his paper or filled his pipe, and Holmes knew his friend was thinking about Archer, about whether they'd done the right thing, about whether helping a man escape justice, even false justice, was itself a form of injustice. They were complicated questions, the kind that didn't have easy answers, which was perhaps why neither of them raised them aloud. It was on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks after Archer's departure, that Inspector Lestrade appeared at their door, his face ruddy from the cold, his coat damp from the persistent drizzle that had been falling since morning. Mrs. Hudson showed him up, and he entered the sitting room with the air of a man who'd walked a long way and wasn't entirely certain why. "Evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, accepting the chair Watson offered near the fire with visible relief. "Nasty weather for December. Feels more like March, all this rain." "Indeed," Holmes said, not looking up from the chemical experiment he'd been conducting at the side table, something involving test tubes and solutions that gave off a faint acrid smell Watson had learned to tolerate. "Though I suspect you haven't come to discuss meteorology, Lestrade. What brings you to Baker Street on such an evening?" Lestrade hesitated, and in that hesitation Watson heard uncertainty, the kind that came when a police officer had questions but wasn't sure how to ask them, or perhaps wasn't sure he wanted the answers. "It's about a case," he said finally, "or rather, about a suspect. Chap named Edward Archer, worked as a clerk at a shipping firm in the city. accused of embezzling £3,000, ran before we could charge him properly. Detective Sergeant Morrison's been handling it, but Morrison's down with pneumonia now and the case landed on my desk. Holmes set down his test tube with careful precision and turned to face Lestrade, his expression neutral. I'm familiar with the name. The case was mentioned in the papers, I believe. Has the suspect been apprehended? No, that's just it. Vanished completely. Morrison had men watching the railway stations, the ports, everywhere we thought he might run. But it's like he disappeared into the fog. No trace, no sightings, nothing. It's been almost a month now. Lestrade shifted in his chair, uncomfortable. The thing is, I've been reviewing the case files, and something about it doesn't sit right with me. Watson felt his pulse quicken, but kept his expression carefully neutral, his eyes on his newspaper, though he'd stopped reading the moment Lestrade mentioned Archer's name. Beside him, Holmes had gone very still, that particular stillness that meant intense focus despite the casual posture. What doesn't sit right? Holmes asked. The evidence, mainly. It's all circumstantial, really. Archer's handwriting in the ledgers, yes, but that's his job, isn't it? Writing in ledgers. And the altered entries, the ones that show the embezzlement. They're good forgeries, but they are forgeries. I've had our documents expert look at them, and he says whoever did the alterations was copying Archer's hand, not writing naturally. You can see it if you know what to look for. Slight hesitation marks, places where the pen is lifted and repositioned. The work of someone reproducing another person's writing rather than writing their own. Holmes moved to his chair and settled into it, giving Lestrade his full attention. And what does Morrison make of this observation? Morrison never consulted a documents expert. He looked at the ledgers, saw Archer's handwriting and decided that was evidence enough. Add in the man's flight, and in Morrison's mind the case was closed. But I'm not so certain. A guilty man runs, yes, but so does an innocent man who's been falsely accused and sees no way to prove his innocence. Indeed, Holmes said quietly. So you've come to what conclusion? Lestrade rubbed his face with both hands, exhaustion and frustration evident in the gesture. I think someone at that firm set Archer up. I think the real thief is still there, probably sleeping soundly every night while we chase a man who's guilty of nothing more than being convenient to blame. But I can't prove it. Morrison's investigation focused entirely on Archer. There's nothing in the file about the other employees, their finances, their access to the accounts. And now, with Archer in the wind, I can't even question him about who else might have had the opportunity. The room fell silent except for the ticking of the clock and the soft hiss of the coal fire. Rain pattered against the windows, gentle but persistent, and through the glass Watson could see the street lamps below casting their uncertain light onto wet cobblestones that gleamed like dark mirrors. If I may make a suggestion, Holmes said finally, his tone carefully neutral, you might want to look into the financial circumstances of Mr. Pemberton, the senior, accountant at Hendricks and Soames, particularly any unusual expenses or acquisitions in the past 18 months. A new house, perhaps, or significant payments toward existing debts. Men who steal rarely do so for abstract reasons. There's usually a specific financial pressure, gambling losses, investment failures, unexpected expenses that exceed their legitimate income. Lestrade's eyes sharpened. Pemberton, he was the one who discovered the discrepancies according to the file. Yes, which is either remarkable diligence or remarkable audacity depending on one's perspective. A man who steals from his employer and then discovers that theft, ensuring it's attributed to someone else, displays a certain criminal sophistication. It would be worth investigating whether Mr. Pemberton had both motive and opportunity for the crime. You've looked into this, Lestrade said. It wasn't quite an accusation, but it was close. You've been investigating on your own. I made some preliminary inquiries, yes. Professional curiosity. The case had interesting elements, and I found myself wondering whether Scotland Yard's conclusions were as solid as they appeared. But I have no evidence that would satisfy a court, Lestrade. Only observations and suspicions. What you do with those suspicions is your affair. Lestrade was quiet for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the arm of his chair, his mind clearly working through implications. If Pemberton is guilty, he said slowly, and if Archer is innocent, then we've driven an innocent man into permanent exile, while the real criminal continues his employment, trusted and unsuspected. That's a failure of justice on a scale I'm not comfortable with. Then perhaps, Watson interjected gently, it would be worth reopening the investigation, looking more carefully at everyone who had access to those accounts. following the money, as they say, rather than following the convenient suspect. I should talk to Archer, Lestrade said, though his voice carried doubt. Get his account of events, hear his side of the story, but the man vanished. Could be anywhere by now. Holmes rose and moved to the window, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed down at Baker Street, though Watson doubted he was actually seeing the street. If Archer is innocent, Holmes said quietly, then talking to him would only endanger him further. The moment he surfaces, he'll be arrested. And even if your investigation eventually clears him, he'll have spent months in custody waiting for that vindication. Sometimes, Inspector, the kindest thing we can do for an innocent man is to let him remain unfound while we pursue the truth through other means. It was as close as Holmes would come to admitting his involvement in Archer's disappearance, and Watson saw Lestrade process the implication, saw understanding dawn in the inspector's expression, followed quickly by a kind of resigned acceptance. You helped him run, Lestrade said. Not a question, not quite an accusation, just a statement of fact. I provided advice to a potential client who came to my door seeking consultation, Holmes replied, still facing the window. What that client chose to do with that advice is not within my control or my responsibility. But if you're asking whether I believe Edward Archer is guilty of embezzlement, my answer is no. I believe he was framed by someone with both skill and motive, and I believe he fled because he saw no path to justice through official channels. Whether that makes him wise or cowardly is a matter of perspective. Lestrade sighed, a long exhalation that seemed to carry the weight of professional frustration and personal sympathy. If I investigate Pemberton and find evidence of his guilt, it won't bring Archer back. The man's still a fugitive from justice, still accused officially, even if we know privately that he's innocent. Then perhaps, Holmes said, turning finally to face Lestrade, the official record will need to be amended. Charges dropped for lack of evidence. Investigation inconclusive. There are ways to clear a man's name without requiring his presence, especially if the actual guilty party is identified and prosecuted. It won't restore everything Archer lost, but it would give him the option of returning home someday, should he choose to take it. The two men looked at each other across the sitting room, and Watson saw an understanding pass between them. The recognition that justice was sometimes a negotiation rather than an absolute, that doing right occasionally required bending rules that were themselves imperfect. Lestrade was a good policeman, but he was also a decent man, and decent men sometimes had to choose between procedure and justice when the two came into conflict. I'll look into Pemberton, Lestrade said finally, rising from his chair, quietly, carefully, and if I find what I think I'll find, I'll see about getting those charges against Archer reconsidered. Can't promise anything, mind you, but I'll try. That's all anyone can ask, Watson said, standing to see the inspector out. At the door, Lestrade paused, glancing back at Holmes, who had returned to his chemical experiment, as if the conversation had been of no particular importance. If you hear from Archer, Lestrade said carefully, if he should somehow send word that he's safe, you might let him know that he has friends in London, friends working to clear his name. Might make his exile easier, knowing that. If such a message should arrive, Holmes said without looking up, I will certainly convey your sentiments, Inspector. After Lestrade left, the sitting room settled back into its customary quiet. Watson returned to his chair and Holmes to his chemicals, and for a long while neither spoke. Outside, the rain continued, harder now, drumming against the windows with renewed intensity. December rain in London, Watson thought, had a particular quality, colder than autumn rain, more insistent, as if the year itself were washing away in preparation for whatever came next. Do you think he made it? Watson asked finally. Archer, Thomas Ward, whatever name he's travelling under now, do you think he reached Hong Kong safely? Holmes was silent for a moment, measuring some liquid into a beaker with careful precision. I think, he said slowly, that the odds were in his favour. The route was sound, the documentation adequate, the timing fortuitous. Ships leave Liverpool for the East regularly, and Thomas Ward is exactly the sort of unremarkable individual that port authorities and ship's officers glance at and immediately forget. So, yes, Watson, I believe he made it. I believe he's somewhere far from here, learning to be someone new, building a life unburdened by Edward Archer's history. And Pemberton? Will be caught eventually. Lestrade is thorough when he chooses to be, and now that he's looking in the right direction, the evidence will reveal itself. Men like Pemberton grow careless after a time. confident in their immunity from suspicion. That confidence will be his undoing. Watson nodded slowly, accepting this, though something still troubled him. Do you ever wonder if we did the right thing, helping him flee rather than helping him fight? Holmes set down his beaker and finally turned to face Watson fully, his grey eyes serious. Every day, he admitted. I wonder if we chose mercy over justice, if we allowed a guilty man to escape under the guise of helping an innocent one, if our certainty of Archer's innocence was justified or merely assumed. But then I look at that ring. He gestured toward the window where the gold band caught the light, and I remember the man who wore it, his confusion, his desperation, his genuine bewilderment at how his life had collapsed so completely, and I think, guilty or innocent, no one deserves to be crushed by a system that won't even consider the possibility of their innocence. So yes, Watson, I believe we did the right thing. Perhaps not the legal thing, perhaps not even the just thing in the strictest sense, but the right thing, the humane thing, and I sleep soundly knowing that. It was, Watson reflected, one of the longest speeches about moral philosophy he'd ever heard from Holmes, who generally preferred action over introspection, results over reasoning. But it confirmed what Watson had suspected, that this case, if it could be called a case, had affected Holmes more deeply than most. Perhaps because there had been no brilliant deduction, no dramatic confrontation, no moment of triumph where the guilty were exposed and the innocent vindicated. Just a quiet helping of a desperate man, a gesture of mercy that would remain forever secret, forever unacknowledged except by those present. And the ring, Watson asked. How long will you keep it in the window? Holmes looked at it for a long moment, the gold gleaming softly in the lamplight. Until it's claimed, he said finally, or until I'm certain it never will be. It's a beacon of sorts, I think, a signal that Baker Street is a place where desperate people can find help, where mercy exists alongside justice. And who knows, perhaps someday, years from now, a man will arrive at our door speaking with a slight Cantonese accent, wearing clothes from the East, and he'll ask about a gold ring he left here long ago. And if that day comes, Watson, I'll return it to him with profound satisfaction. And if it doesn't, if he never returns, then the ring remains a memorial to Edward Archer who existed, who was innocent, who mattered. There are worse legacies than a small piece of gold in a window, bearing witness to the fact that at least once, at least here, a man was believed when no one else would believe him. The clock struck 10, its chimes marking the hour with mechanical precision. Outside, London continued its vast, complicated existence. Millions of lives intersecting and diverging, stories beginning and ending, justice and injustice playing out in 1,000 different ways across streets and neighbourhoods, and boroughs that spread like a living organism across the landscape. Somewhere in that city, Pemberton slept in his house in Brixton, believing himself safe, unaware that Lestrade was beginning to pull at the threads of his carefully constructed lie. And somewhere far across the ocean, Thomas Ward was perhaps looking up at unfamiliar stars, thinking of the gold ring he'd left behind, wondering if he'd ever see England again. Watson rose and moved to the window, standing beside Holmes, both men looking out at the rain-swept street below. The ring sat between them, small and patient, catching what light there was and holding it, a promise made tangible, a mercy given form. It's still raining, Watson observed. Yes, Holmes replied. It's always raining somewhere, Watson. That's the nature of the world. Rain and sun, justice and injustice, mercy and cruelty, all existing simultaneously, all part of the same vast indifferent system. Our only choice is what we do with the small moments when someone stumbles through the rain to our door seeking shelter. We can turn them away and appeal to law and order and proper procedure, or we can offer what comfort we can, what help is possible, and trust that sometimes mercy is its own form of justice. They stood there together in the quiet sitting room, two old friends who'd seen too much of the world's darkness to be naive about goodness, but who'd also seen enough light to maintain hope. The fire burned low in the grate, the rain continued its patient work against the windows, and on the sill between them a gold ring gleamed with the quiet certainty of an object that had found its proper place and would remain there, bearing witness, until either its owner returned or memory itself faded into the endless London fog. Below, in the street, a figure passed beneath the lamplight. Anonymous, hurrying through the rain, one more soul navigating London's complexities. And in the window of 221B Baker Street the ring caught the light and held it, a small golden beacon saying to anyone who noticed, here someone was helped. Here mercy won. Here, in the rain and the darkness, someone found sanctuary when they needed it most. And that, Watson thought, was enough. Not perfect justice, not complete vindication, but enough. A life saved, a man given a second chance, a gesture of compassion in a world that too often preferred convenience to truth. The case of the visitor in the rain was closed, not with celebration or public triumph, but with quiet satisfaction that they'd done what they could, helped where help was needed, and offered mercy when mercy was the only gift they had to give. The rain continued. The city slept, or didn't, and Baker Street, eternal in its way, held its secrets close and waited for whatever desperate soul might next stumble through the darkness to its door, seeking shelter from the storms that pursued them. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting into rest beneath the soft skies of Florence, the misty calm of Seoul, the ocean whisper of Honolulu, or the warm night lights of Kuala Lumpur. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights of gentle storytelling. Let the quiet surround you. Let your breath grow slow. Let your dreams unfold softly. Sleep deeply now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.